Good morning, friends, followers, and channel members. It's Monday, which means, of course, it's Mileage Monday. I don't know why. It seems like it's been ages since we did a Mileage Monday. I think we did one last week, didn't we? My memory's slowly going with old age. I'm pretty certain we did one. We did one of the European football matches last Monday. This Monday, something a little bit different. We all know that recently Iceland got a little bit of a makeover with the World Update. And sorry, no, the Sim update. No, it was the World Update, wasn't it? Oh my word, is that thunder? Jeez, did anybody else hear that? But yes, it was the World Update. Iceland got a little bit of an update with that, so I wanted to go and check that out. So let's head up to Keflavik from Barcelona, and of course, as per usual, this is a real world long haul flight. It's about, well, I say it's long haul, it's about 4 hours 15 minutes. I'll give you guys the operational flight plan in in a couple of moments. Just checking the night bot isn't drunk. Good morning, Christian. Good morning, Christian. Good morning, Chris, as well. Captain B, quick question for people waiting. Has anyone pulled the fire test buttons on the 320 overhead? You did yesterday and couldn't get them back in. AP, you wouldn't start due to fall. Did you do the fire test button, or did you actually deploy the fire extinguisher within the engines? In which case, if you've done that, yeah, no, you're not going to be able to start the engines after that. Chris, the Thunder was in the sim. Yes, I'm on live weather as per usual, but I wasn't expecting that. Christian, no, I've not got the free Iceland mesh from Orbex. What I wanted to do is just see how Azobo had been doing with that. We'll obviously see coming up in around well, probably about 5 hours time by the time we get there. As I say, I'm just checking the nightbot isn't drunk, so can't be drunk on a Monday morning, can it? That looks to be doing all right. So, hope you guys have got a great Monday planned, and as per usual, then we'll keep you company throughout. So, when we get the jetway connected, and we'll get going. So we are on VATSIM this morning. I don't think there's any air traffic control around us at the moment. No, there's some ATC in northern Italy at the moment, and that's a little bit of the problem. Everyone obviously going back to work now, so not too many of you around during the daytime, and certainly air traffic control isn't what it used to be, because during the height of the pandemic, where everyone was at home, obviously it was terrible, but for us flight simmers it meant we got great air traffic control all around, which was which was nice. Captain B, yes, it is irreversible. Once you've deployed the fire extinguisher into the engines, well, that's your engine knackered, so you ain't going anywhere. Right, well, with the first lesson of the day concluded, don't pull the fire extinguishers. Let's look at hopping on board, and this is a great livery. We just show you what this one's like. Yeah, they're ready to fly. We'll just get inside there. I can hear the hydraulics as the cargo door is opening. I love those new sounds. Don't you think they're great? I think they're great. I could just listen to that. It adds to certainly adds to the realism, doesn't it? Really nice. So Lewis, you're just grabbing a coffee, and Christian, you've got an excuse to watch the stream. You can't go to work because you've injured your thumb joint yesterday and your hand is now wrapped in bandages. Oh, Christian, oh, sit down, get a seat. Our cabin crew shall be with you shortly to attend to your every need. Well, yeah, as I say, just have a quick look at this livery. How amazing does this look? I think this is one of my new favourites. That is beautiful, don't we think? Found this where I find all all my liveries, and that is on flightsim.to. So really, really nice looking livery. Oh, just listen to that sound. How awesome is that? But yeah, really, really nice looking aircraft, great looking livery. And of course we are in Barcelona, one of the hubs of Vueling.com. I think the other one's Italy. Is it Milan? So this is the Linking Europe livery that we're flying with today. So looking forward to that. Oh, there is traffic here in Barcelona. Interestingly enough, the runway I've just seen him depart on is the opposite runway to the one I'm going to be departing on. So I'm going to very quickly nip onto Flight Radar 24, just check which runways are currently in use. And oh, they have changed the departure runway. Oh, that's okay. So we're now going to be departing on runway 25 left. We had planned on 7 right, but it's going to be runway 25 left for our departure, which means it's going to be a different SID that we're going to be using. No problems. So just chat amongst yourselves while I sort that out, and then we'll start getting the aircraft all loaded up. So as I say, we're now changing our departure to runway 25 left. Listen to that thunder. Where's the thunder coming from? It doesn't look like it's thundering at all. Weather-wise. Right, so it's now going to be the NatP1 Quebec departure. NatP1 Quebec as opposed to the 1 Zulu, which was my initial plan. Let's go in and get the tablet all sorted up, and we'll switch that on. See if I can find the correct chart that I'm looking for now. The 1 Quebec, there it is. Wonderful. So all of the SIDs with regards to Barcelona have you sort of flying away from the coast first and then coming back in, and once you're much higher up. Now that of course is for noise abatement purposes, and we want to make sure we don't disturb the residents of Barcelona. Okay, well now the tablet is on there, let's start getting a bit of power to the aircraft. I've just seen lightning again. Is anyone in the chat that's actually from Barcelona? Is it lightning there? I don't believe it is. My word, listen to that. Christian, perhaps a London Germany flight in the DC-6. Oh, I'll be watching the match, mate. I'll not be streaming. Let's get that external power turned on. Do you know, I haven't been in the Airbus, though. I haven't been in the Airbus since Wednesday. So, it's almost going to be like a mini test for me, this. Nick, good morning, sir. Glad to see you not at work. Only because I can say that because I know you are back at work a lot more than you were, so obviously that's good. Right, that's all set. Let's have a little look at refueling then, shall we? Now, the operational flight plan. Let's pull this information through. So Vueling 8560, there is our information there. Interestingly enough, I'm just looking at that, the current wind, so we're going to be taking off with a tailwind then, if that's correct. Let me just jump back on Flight Radar 24. Yeah, they are indeed all departing runway 25 left, so stick with the real world. Mr. G, no, I've not found any decent mods for Barcelona at the moment. There may be some payware ones out. I haven't really looked at that too closely, to be honest with you. Right, so as it's going to be a long haul flight, I've changed the fuel factor. So instead of using 8, we're actually using performance factor of +10. That should give me a little bit more fuel. And the weather at Keflavik visibility is pretty pants at the moment, to use an aviation term. Yeah, it's pretty rubbish. So there's a good chance that we may be auto landing, and we've got to be careful about that, so perhaps a little bit of extra fuel is advised. So we've got a plan block of around 12.2. Again, this is performance factor 10 instead of 8, so there's a little bit more fuel taken there anyway, but just to be safe, I see no problems with loading 13 tons of fuel. So we'll go ahead and get that loaded in. So 13 tons of of fuel coming on board. Let's sort that out. Oh, there we go. 12.9, 12.951. That'll do. Real time, and we'll get that underway. So that's the fuel. Let's carry on with our flows. Now, the engine fire test. So press the test button. Who was it that was telling me they'd discharge the the extinguisher? Don't do that. You'll not be going anywhere if you do that. So that's that. Fire test 1, fire test 2, and APU. Christian, yeah, that's the morning fog in Keflavik, but I think it's going to be remaining pretty much. I was looking at the forecast before we started the flight, so I don't I don't think it's going anywhere anywhere fast. Right. What was the QNH? Should have got that from on here as well, shouldn't I? So the QNH is 1013 here in Barcelona. 1013. Well, that's easy to set up because that's the default, isn't it? So that's all set up and done. We'll come down pedestal.
Barcelona traffic, Morning Lufthansa 1127, stand 246, pushing back.
I'm just going to come off Unicom. Some traffic knocking around this morning. We'll tune to that in a little bit. So we're just going to check cockpit door, switching panel, thrust levers. Just want to check those work actually, because I was playing around with the DC6. Yeah, that all looks to be working fine. So that's all good. Let's get the transponder turned on as well. We've got 1215 for the guard frequency on VHF2. What's going on with these spoilers? They were clicking away a moment ago. I think that's fixed it, or at least I hope so. Right, so all levers now where they should be. The doors are currently open. Let's come up to the FCU, turn the brightness up on that. 1013. Flight directors are still on. Not sure what's going on there, but never mind. That's not a major problem. Is it? So that's all right. Good morning, Dutch Magic. Good to see you. Chris, I have no idea where the thunder is. It's got to be somewhere, isn't it? Right, glass shield is all set up. Let's come down to the instrument panel. Let's turn that up. And we'll get the upper ECAM, lower ECAM. Around 3 minutes for that. System's all normal. Let's turn off the first officer's displays. He's got walkabouts anyway. Look, he's not even there. So he doesn't need them. That's all done. Let's come and start setting up the McDo. As we do that, let's start to invite you guys, our passengers, on board for this morning's flight, or today's flight, really.
Cabin crew, we can open the doors now and start letting them on board. Thanks very much.
Okay, passengers are now boarding. Let's download the information from SimBrief. And our flight time today, 4 hours and 5 minutes. Right, have I given you guys the operational flight plan yet? I don't think I have I? Bear with me. Let's just pop that into the into the chat. There we go. Right, so as you can see from the operational flight plan, a payload of 169 passengers, which is just over 17 and a half tons. That's all accurate. Zero fuel weight 58.6. Again, spot on. And we'll just change the loading a little bit, just to be different. So there's our zero fuel weight center of gravity, and we'll get that loaded in. Check the gross weight changes when we press this. Ooh, nice and heavy for today's flight. Lots of passengers, and of course lots of fuel. Okay, that's now all sorted. Let's go to the aircraft status page. LEAP engines, that's the right engines, and valid air cycle, all is good. And let's do the init request. Let's get the link from the company, and here's all the information now populated in. So we've got an alternate today of Bravo India Alpha Romeo. Our flight number today, its call sign VLG 8560. Oops, 8560. Fueling 8560, cost index of 21, flight level 380 minus 52. The tropopause is around 38,100 feet, so we'll update that. It's all set. The flight plan then, so we're going to be departing runway 25 left now, and that's going to be on the NATP1 Quebec departure, NATP1 Quebec departure, and insert. On the arrival then, we've currently got, and again at the time the flight plan was created, this was the runway in use this morning, so it was going to be ILS 01 Zulu. Of course this may change, particularly if the weather is bad visibility wise, and that's the Iceland 3 November. And checking the charts for that, the initial approach fix is Texan. 1,714 miles. Operational flight plan is 1,760 miles. But of course we have changed the departure. We've now almost got a straight out departure, whereas before we were taking off with the opposite runway and having to spin all the way around. So that explains why the operational flight plan has a few more extra miles on it compared to the departure that we're actually doing at the moment. So so that's fine. That's all good. RadNav page, we will pop in the Barcelona VOR BCN. Oops. There we go. 2 miles away, 16.7. And then on the init B page, that's zero fuel weight to 58.6. Zero fuel weight center of gravity is 30.9. Our trip wind today is a slight, and I say slight, it is very slight, headwind of 2. Fuel planning then, aircraft says 10.7 and we're taking 12.9. So 1, 2.9, pop that in there. Let the computer calculate itself. There's a takeoff weight of 71.3 and the fuel required for the alternate is around 1.4 tons. That's suggested 1.2. Let's just increase that, 1.4 tons. Which means we've now got 1 extra hour's worth of flying time, so that's good. So yeah, as I say, we're planning on runway 01 for our arrival. That may change if the minimums drop. There's no auto land available on that runway. It's just a normal ILS runway, Cat 1. So if we need to do a approach with Cat 2, Cat 3 minimums, we're going to have to change the runway if winds permit. So let's have a look at the performance then. So the transition altitude for our departure is 6,000 feet. We'd normally get transition level from ATC, of course, but I don't believe there's an ATC online. No ATC still online. This is a noise abatement 1 departure, which means the airport elevation is 14 feet. So this rounds it up or down, doesn't it? So 1010 is fine, but then it's going to be 3010. That's all set. Flaps 1, and then calculate those V speeds. 143, 139, 138. Let's just have a look at the performance. So the characteristic speeds, we have got a maximum speed of 180 throughout the first turn, depending on the bank. So if we're banking at 15 degrees, 180. If we're banking at 20 degrees, maximum of 210. And again, this is all just to get us out of the way of the land. They don't like noise in Barcelona. I'll just get the charts working on here, see if we can sort this out. Now sometimes if that doesn't work, I have to turn that off, turn that back on again, and hopefully it'll work in a second, and then we'll validate it with a code. Let's just put that information back in. Come on, fetch my information from SimBrief. There we go. Ah, there we are. Yeah, so I'll log in now so that this can be used throughout the flight. So Yankee Juliet 4 November Tango Echo Charlie 9. Let's approve that. And allow. There we are. So if I just type in the ICAO that I want, which is of course Barcelona, and the SID that we're flying is the NAT-T1 Quebec. So if I just come down here and find that, we can have a look. There it is. So what I was talking about is basically we've got these speeds, so maximum bank. So if we fly, we can probably leave it in flaps 3. What were those characteristic speeds again? Let's just have a quick look at that. Yeah, so we'll remain at flaps 3, which is characteristic speed of 157 knots, and then we can remain at that. After we've got to DOTIS, once we've leveled out, we've got a maximum speed of 230, which is green dot speed, 228. After that, we're on our way. Now with that chart, what was the initial climb clearance? I think, is it 6,000 feet? Climb on runway 500 left turn. Yeah, 6,000 feet. So that's fine. So all is good. Just there. Excuse me. Right. That's how we're going to fly the departure. Let me just have a look at how we're going to manage the taxi. So we are parked at stand number 254, I believe it is. So stand 254. Let me just bring up the airport chart so you guys can also have a look at this. So stand 254, which is just here. We're then going to taxi out on to Juliet 5, and then we'll be taxiing up on Kilo for a departure on runway 25 left. Sounds straightforward enough. Just checking if they've got any specific taxi routes. 25 left. They do have a taxi routes for 25 left. Oh right, so if we're going to do this properly, then we have to actually taxi up. So we're going to take Juliet 5, Echo 2, and then on to Kilo. So I need to make a note of that for when we make the call on Unicom. So as I say, it's Juliet 5, Echo 2, and then on to Kilo, where we'll be holding at at Golf 3, which is just there. Alright, let's do the next part of our briefing, the want check, which is weather, aircraft and NOTAMs. So, the weather, well, apparently it's thundering, although... oh, I just saw a little bit of fork lightning just there, hopefully you may have caught that. So, that will be something to be aware of as we depart. Let's just have a quick look outside. Doesn't look like major thunderclouds, does it? But okay, so we need to be aware of that then, of course, as we've got thunder in the air above us. I'll probably have anti-ice on for our departure. But in terms of visibility and things like that, nothing wrong. So if we have a problem after our departure, engine out, then we would make a left turn. We'll come out over the sea, we'll make a left turn, come back in around and probably land on our departing runway. We will be over the maximum landing weights, however. In fact, double check that. What are we at? We're at 71 and a half ton. Yeah, so we're under the we're over the maximum landing weight, so we'll have to run the overweight landing checklist should we need to come back in. No times to be aware of, nothing here in Barcelona. Threats to be aware of is basically noise abatement and those speed restrictions as well on our departure, and it's a noise abatement one departure, as we've already said. Minimum safe altitude is 3,300 feet, and we're going to initial climb set for 6,000. Right, I believe all our fueling is now completed, which it is. Let's get the seatbelt sides now turned on. We'll get the fuel pumps back on. We'll get that APU started. Get the aircraft powered under its own steam, then we'll run the before start checklist. Sounds like the doors are closing.
Captain, all passengers are on board and we're finished setting up. Doors are also now closed.
Thank you.
So all the doors are closed. APU is running, and we'll get the cabin crew to arm the doors as well.
Cabin crew, please arm doors and cross-check.
So whilst I'm just waiting for APU to become available, oh there we go, APU is available, so APU bleed is on. External power can now be disconnected. Have we got the GPU actually there? Yeah, he's physically there, so we need to get rid of him. Let's go to the ground power page. Get rid of that. Off he goes. One thing I want to do, and I haven't done this, is just check that departure looks to be coded correctly, which it does. No issues just there. Lovely, back to arc mode and 20. Right. Just check everything up here and then we'll start running some checks. System's still normal. And we've got 3 navs. So, before start checklist, cockpit preparation is complete, signs are on. And auto, it is 3 nav green. We've got 12.9 tons of fuel loaded and balanced. FMGS is all coded correctly. Altimeter is 1013, still set and current. Okay, let's move over to our Unicom frequency 122.8, and we'll announce our pushback. We're going to be facing east. Barcelona ground, fueling 8560, stand 254, pushing back, facing east. pushback tug is on his way. We'll get the rotating beacon light turned on. Start the timer. Nose wheel steering is disconnected. Get the transponder turned on as well. Acupressure is also in the green. Let's run the before start checklist below the line. So windows and doors closed and armed. ECAM status has been checked. Mobile phone is on silent. Parking brake is currently on, and I think we're about ready to start the pushback. Then we'll get the engine started as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the flight deck, this is your captain speaking. My name is Gavin, and I'd like to welcome you on board this Airbus A320neo aircraft. Our flight time today should be as scheduled, and we're not anticipating any delays or any bad weather, so we should have a nice, pleasant, safe flight for you. In the next few minutes or so, we'd like you to get yourselves seated, sat down safely with your seatbelts fastened, and make sure the hours kept clear to the back cabin crew, around seating other fellow passengers. The ground crew are nearly finishing loading everything into the aircraft, so we look forward to a safe and pleasant flight with you today, and we thank you for choosing to fly with the Easyjetsimpilot. Thank you.
Ladies, gentlemen and channel members, on behalf of the crew I ask that you now please direct your attention to the monitors and cabin crew as we review the emergency proceeds. There are 6 emergency exits on this A320neo. Please take a minute to locate the one closest to you and note that it may be behind you. Count the number of rows to the exit. Should the cabin experience a pressure loss, stay calm and listen for instructions from your cabin crew. Oxygen masks will drop down from above your seat. Place the mask over your mouth and nose like this and pull the strap to tighten it. If you are traveling with children, ensure you put your own mask on first before helping others. In the unlikely event of an emergency landing and evacuation, leave all your carry-on luggage and items behind. Life rafts are located beneath your seat. Emergency lighting in the floor will guide you to your nearest exit. We now ask that all carry-on luggage is stowed away safely during the flight. Whilst we wait for takeoff, please take a moment to review the safety procedures and the safety card in front of you. Electronic devices must now be switched off or turned to airplane mode until we instruct you that it is again safe to use them. Our cabin service will commence once we are in flight. If you are a frequent flyer with us, you can now join the channel as a member and take advantage of the extra perks to make your journey with us more enjoyable. Thank you for your attention and we hope you enjoy your flight.
Okay, pushback is completed. The tug's moving back. Engines 1 and 2 are both now stabilized, so engine mode selects to norm. APU bleed is off. Just going to check those temperatures. It's 24 degrees. I'm not going to have de-ice on. We don't need that. So APU can come off. Spoilers, rudder, flaps 1, and set the trim to 30.1. So I have to start checklist. Anti-ice not required. ECAM status, quickly check that. There we go. ECAM status is checked. Pitch trim 30.1. Rudder set 0. Let's do our flight control check while we're stationary. So full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral rudder, full right, full left, and neutral. Okay, so with the pushback clear, let's announce our taxi clearance. Barcelona traffic, Vueling 8560, taxiing via Juliet 5 Echo 2 Kilo to Holder Point Golf 3, runway 25 left. Let's get our taxi lights turned on. Release those parking barracks. And let's start our taxi out. Lawrence, do I know how to prevent the radio from switching frequencies when using the fly pad? Make sure I always make sure I pop out the fly pad when I'm typing into it. Otherwise, as you say, you end up with all sorts of things being typed into the simulator that you don't want. So here's Juliet 5, and then we're going to make a sharp right turn in a moment onto Echo 2. Just check with no traffic around. I don't think we have. What on earth is that? I mean, seriously, what is that? That's not right, surely. So a right-hand turn now. And this is Echo 2, and of course using a little bit of brake pressure has stops the aircraft in its tracks. Didn't want to do that. Given the wind situation, I wonder why Barcelona are currently using this runway. Very strange. Presumably preferred runway configuration and noise abatement, I would imagine. So cross runway onto Echo 1 in a moment. Not an active runway, strobes not required as we cross over there. So as we're taxiing down, we can just review our departure. So performance isn't going to change, still going to be a toga takeoff, QNH 1013. Engine out procedure, a reminder, we will be making a left, not a right turn, so we'll be coming off the SID, so we head out over the sea, come back in and land on our departing runway. We need to run the overweight landing checklist for that. However, departure matches what we have in the FMGC, and stop altitude is set correct at 6,000 feet. So the before takeoff checklist to the line, flight controls have been checked, departure briefing confirmed, flaps config 1, FMA and takeoff data 138 blue, 143 magenta climb, nav 6,000 blue, 152 and toga. And you'll recall, of course, we have those speed restrictions on our departure. So we'll pull the speed once we've got airborne. If we fly at flaps 3, then we want to fly around 157 knots. That'll keep us nice and safe. Once we've got through that bank, we can then start to retract the flaps and fly a max speed of 230 knots, which in fact we could just go into the performance page and set, just to make sure, a pre-selected speed then of 230 knots. That should also flash up on the FMA in once we get running. Now let's just check where it is. We're turning right here to line up on the runway. So that's Golf 4 is still straight ahead. The taxiway signs seem to be correct here, so that's good to know. Right, that is no entry. Here is Golf 3, so we're going to be taking this right just here. And I'm aware I'm not paying too much attention to the chat at the moment, just while we get prepared for our departure. Okay, all looks good to me just there. Danny, don't worry about the VOR, that's there for situational awareness. It's an RNAV departure, so we'll be flying the RNAV departure rather than a VOR departure. That's old school. Right, everything is set here. Let's have a look at our before takeoff check. So the brake temperatures are fine. I've not heard any traffic on VATSIM, so I think we can get ready to line up, take to the runway, and depart.
Cabin crew seats for takeoff, please.
So transponder set, ECA memo, takeoff, no blue, electronic flight bag is stowed. Let's get the lights on. We'll make the call then on Unicom. We'll also get packs 1 and 2 turned off for the departure. So before try again. Before takeoff checklist below the line. Cabin is secured for takeoff. Engine mode select is norm decast TA RA, and packs are off, as is anti-ice. Barcelona traffic, Vueling 8560, lining up for departure, runway 25 left. Danny, look at you trying to be smart. You know, to be fair, it's it's great to have all that knowledge as well. And I always put VORs and things in the RadNav page, just to help for situational awareness. If anything goes wrong, then you've got raw data to fly on. Does anyone remember the approach into Geneva last week, when everything went wrong? But we got the VORs programmed in, so we could continue the approach, and we were safe, and we got down. So typically we take the packs off as it provides a better performance for the engines during takeoff. We'll turn them on again soon after our departure. Okay gang, all looks good there. So, takeoff. Start the chrono, set 50% N1. Side stick forward. Thrust stable, and Mantoga SRS.
Barcelona traffic speed at 464, lining up 65.
V1 and rotate.
Positive rate climb, 0.
Above 500 feet, we now make a left turn. Set climb thrust, where we're going to hold that pitch. So we're just following the flight directors for the moment. We're now through that bank, so we can go manage speed. Let's lift that pitch. We're actually above 3,000 feet now, so we can lower that pitch. Just hand flying this departure. We could have turned the autopilot on and it would have taken care of that. But hand flying is a perishable skill, so I don't mind putting that to the test every so often. Let's get PAX 1 back on.
Barcelona traffic 044 is on.
And now I'll engage autopilot 1. S-speed, flaps 0. Spoilers up. PAX 2 back on. We've also now passed we've now passed the waypoint where we were restricted to 230 knots, so we can go into manage speed, start to accelerate to 250 knots. And 6,000 feet, there's no air traffic control online, so let's continue our climb now to flight level 200, standard pressure, so thrust climb 200 blue. We shall release the cabin crew. And I'll come back into the chat room in a few moments. Just making sure that everything is behaving itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll shortly begin our cabin service as we continue to climb to our cruising altitude. You may now use your electronic devices. Rechargeable battery packs are also available to purchase from our cabin crew. You can also ask them about joining our frequent flyers and becoming a channel member. Thank you.
Passing 10,000 feet. Lights off. Pop the airport onto the IFIS and clear that RadNav page out. Progress page. Cruise altitude is going to be planned at 380. The optimum is 380. The maximum is 382. So we can continue our climb now up to flight level 380, so let's set that and confirm 380 blue. And above 10,000 feet, all looks pretty good. Let's get the seatbelt signs off. A little bit of light turbulence, but nothing too unbearable.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned off the seatbelt sign. The toilets are now available for use and you are free to stretch your legs in the cabin. We do, however, recommend that whenever you are in your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times. This is in case of unexpected turbulence. Our cabin crew will be along shortly. Please contact them if you have any questions or require assistance. Thank you.
And now we should just safely climb out to cruise, hopefully leaving that thunderstorm behind us. So let me just come back to the chat now. So the flight plan that I'm using, yep, it's still in pre-release from the fly-by-wire team, which is why mine may look a little bit different to yours. It's still undergoing testing. It's not quite ready to be released just yet. Simtech Racing, I have well, there are plenty of checklists available on our Discord server. Speed brake. What's going on with this? I don't want the speed brake coming out while I'm trying to climb. Yeah, if you get yourself an Discord server, there are plenty of checklists in the pilot's briefing room just there. All based on real world checklists as well, so you know you're getting quality stuff just there. Gary, remember I'm not in the DC-6. I've spent the last week or so in the DC-6. I say I've not flown the A380. I wish. I've not flown the A320 for nearly a week. I think it was Wednesday the last time I flew the A380. I want to get slightly closer to that window for that window view. Without it looking too shabby. There we go. So the views that I'm using are custom views, easy to set up. Thales, is the Autoland working for the dev version of the A320NX? Yes, it is. And depending on the weather when we get to Iceland, we may have to show that off if the visibility is below Cat 1 minimums. So we're going to be keeping an eye on that fuel burn as well today. Rockstar, are the fly-by-wire releasing the A380 soon? All I can say is it will be released as and when it's good and ready. As people have headed back to work, of course, the developers of it have had to go back to their real-world jobs. And, you know, fair play to them. That's sadly more important. So it has been delayed somewhat. Mr. G, the 320's been acting up weirdly for you. You've had an air pressure dropping warnings on the lower ECAM, presumably. All doors were closed, though. I've not had that. I've not come across that. Not quite sure what's happened there. So we've just about to pass flight level 220. All still good. And have we got any ATC online? Madrid control is online, although I'm not sure. No, we're not going to go anywhere near Madrid. Our flight plan today takes us straight up through Paris, straight over the UK. I mean, literally from the south to the north of Great Britain, and then out over the North Atlantic Ocean to Iceland. So, really nice flight plan today. Looking forward to those sites if the weather is up to scratch. So now we're just going to climb up to our cruising altitude. Once we are there, we'll do a couple of checks, and then I'll be coming off the microphone during the cruise. I'll be with you in the chat room, but then I shall be back on the microphone, of course, for our approach and landing into Reykjavik. We'll be keeping a very close eye on the weather in Reykjavik, Keflavik. What this doesn't give you, it only gives you the weather, it doesn't give you the actual METAR. So if we want to get the actual METAR, we can have a quick look at that. We'll send that off and see what that comes back as. So what you guys got all planned today for a Monday? Hopefully not working too hard. Darren, have I done a video on RNAV? Yes, I have. 2 videos. There's 2 different ways you can fly an RNAV approach. You can use the final approach mode, which is this button just here. However, at the moment in the dev version of the fly-by-wire, that doesn't currently work. So you have to use nav FPA. Again, I think I've done a video on using nav FPA for that. So continuing the climb, we're about 1,500 feet per minute at the moment. Yeah, you're at work in the DC-6 today. That's a great place to go to work, isn't it? Let's see if that weather has just come through for Keflavik. So at the moment, visibility is good, but overcast 800 feet. So that's leaving it late before we can see any runway lights, isn't it? Now, as we start to head out over the terrain here, you can obviously see nice and high. Keep an eye on our minimum off route altitude. So as we get to Napti, which we're about 33 miles away, minimum off route altitude is 11,600 feet. After that, it's okay, but just a little Monday morning quiz question. Why do I need to be not concerned, but certainly aware that around Napti, the minimum altitude, minimum off-route altitude is 11,600 feet, and we can find that in the operational flight plan as well. So if we just bring that up, bring that zoom in. So yeah, there we are, 11,600 feet, the minimum off-route altitude. So why would that be a point of interest for me? And in particular, the next waypoint on our route as well is 9,800 feet. So again, answers on a postcard or in the chat. Hugh, where do I find the barometric data for the approach performance? Barometric data? Are you talking about the pressure? That just comes in the METAR, as we could see from just down here. So currently, if I go to those messages for the METAR that I just got, so at Barcelona, the QNH is 1013. Currently in Keflavik, it is 1014. – 30,000 feet, we should be at our cruising altitude in around 6-7 minutes. So Dwyle, your answer, the minimum safe altitude, need to know it in case of divert or emergency landing. Both good points, but there's something a bit more specific that I was referring to. Of course, we can divert, that's no problem, but that altitude, why is that altitude important to me? And we can see now below how high the terrain is getting. Lewis, you're going in a run soon. Is that like a rabbit run? What do you mean you're going for a run soon? So whilst we're in the cruise, guys, if you haven't done so already, please do hit that like button for me. Really does help with the channel statistics, and I'd really appreciate it as well if you could hit that like button for me. It would be really good for you. So Lord Akumi on Twitch has given me the perfect answer that I was looking for. And Lord Akumi on Twitch, the TCAS fault that you're referring to normally shows up when you haven't got the IRS aligned. Darren, is it due to turbulence? No, not due to turbulence, although usually when you're flying over high mountain peaks you do get some turbulence, as we've often seen here in the simulator. Oh, Lewis, I see. When we get to the cruise, you're going on a run. Got you. Robbie, does Hugh mean the barrow feel on the approach screen? Ah, right. Okay. In that case, that's basically your decision altitude, isn't it? Which, Hugh, if you're around when we're doing the approach a little bit, I'll explain that for you. Here comes that turbulence. What a view, though. Lawrence, I'm afraid I don't know when the next stable build will come out, I'm afraid. Looks like these mountains are erupting down there, doesn't it? What I do like about this simulator is you've got clouds in the valleys of the mountains rather than in the older versions of the simulators where the clouds just used to basically intersect and dissect the mountain peaks, which didn't look very realistic. This looks far better. Once we get to cruise, I'm going to do our checks and I'm going to refill my my cup because they've just got stale cold tea in them. Nobody wants that. So what are we at now? Just coming up on 36,000 feet, 2,000 feet to go. You can see our rate of climb has slowed. Lawrence, can I make an in-depth tutorial about the next stable? Well, when the stable build comes out, I know we flag up the differences, but essentially what you're watching now is potentially the next stable build. So everything we're doing, and you can see, will potentially be then incorporated into the next stable build. And I think this weather looks absolutely fantastic. One of the other reasons why I couldn't get on board with buying products such as Rex, which whilst it may read the METAR correctly, it just doesn't have the same transitions. You've got the clouds rolling off the hillsides, which then obviously peter out. So blue skies coming up. Raymond, thank you for subscribing. David, can I turn on the VFR map? Yes, I will do. Once we've got to cruise and we're enjoying some outside action, I'll definitely turn that map on for you. Loving this this livery. Great work by the designer. I've not actually seen this in real life. I don't know if it's a fictional livery. I'm guessing not. I'm presuming it's real. And if it's not, then the designers, then the bosses at Vueling need to get hold of this livery designer, because I think it's stunning. Savish, good morning to you. Okay, so we're now slowly coming up on flight level 380. There's 380 coming down. I'll do the FMA checks in a couple of moments, make sure that does as it should. We'll then run through the cruise checks. Christian, good point. I didn't actually give the answer to the question. Right, let me do the cruise checks and then I'll go through that with you. Yeah, the question was, why did I need to flag up and be aware that the minimum off-route altitude was 11,600 feet. Okay, there we go. Mac Alt Star. So this should turn to Mac Cruise in a moment. Sorry, Alt Cruise. There we go. Alt Cruise. And that's it. We're now at the top of our cruising level. We'll do our fuel check. So at Evnam, we're going to have just shy of 11 tons. And we departed, if you recall, we had 13 tons of fuel on board. Well, we actually had 12.9, didn't we? So we had 12,900 kilograms of fuel on board when we started. So we took an additional 700 kilograms of fuel. We've got a contingency of 461 kilograms of fuel, so that's 1,161 kilograms of fuel extra. So what I want to do is come down. We want to find Evnam on here. There it is. So 9564 plus 1,161 equals 10,725, and we've got 10,920. So that's not too bad. We've burnt about 200 kilograms less than than expected, which for a long haul flight is good. It's definitely good. Slightly different performance factor we're using today as well. So what we now need to do is our en route weather checks. So let's pick a couple of airports that are going to be prudent to us as we fly over them. One of the good things about this is that we can now actually, bear with me 1 second, go to the do menu, add to AOC and weather requests. We can actually clear these out, which you couldn't do before. So I can clear that. We can clear that. We probably didn't need to clear them, to be fair. We'd probably been able to just edit and add a couple of new ones. So let's put Toulouse in there. Lima, Fox, Bravo, Oscar. We'll also pop Paris in there. Lima, Fox, Papa, Golf, That's the goal, of course. We'll put Nance in there, Lima Fox, Romeo Sierra. And we could also put Bordeaux in as well. Lima Fox, Bravo Delta. Send those off. Whilst I'm waiting for those, let's just cycle through the SD pages. Make sure everything is as should be. Does scare me when it takes a second just for the screen to update like that. So we've used just over 2 tons of fuel. If we'd used only 2 kilograms, that would be very efficient, wouldn't it? That's the future. Which is accurate. Shows what we've got with fuel remaining on board, so no fuel leak. Brake temperatures are good, all flight computers are working as well. Lovely. So all that's now working. Systems are normal. Fuel is checked. That company message has come through, so we can now check that, see what the weather's en route are looking like. So first of all, we've got Bordeaux. Sorry, that's not Bordeaux, is it? That one, that's Toulouse. So Toulouse, great visibility, winds light and variable, so that's wide open. Paris, again, visibility is good, light winds, so that's open. Nantes, right, okay, so thunderstorms, rain, temporarily. Wind 120 at 10, but visibility is still good. And then Bordeaux, you've got light rain, towering cumulus. So that tells me if we did need to divert, my first choices would be Toulouse and Paris for the time being. Good stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, once again, just to let you know that we've reached our cruise level for today's flight. We're not anticipating any delays, so we should have you at your destination on time as planned. As the cabin crew make their way around the aircraft, you make sure the eyes are clear on any items. Look, you're ready to sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
So now we're at the top of the cruise and we've done our cruise checks. I'm going to head back to the galley, go and grab myself a drink, and I shall be with you in the chat room on YouTube for the next 3.5 hours, however long it takes. But I will be back on the microphone, of course, as we're approaching Iceland, when we'll plan our arrival and approach, and of course then talk through the landing as we come into Keflavik. Looking forward to seeing what the scenery looks like as it's being given an overhaul in the latest sim update. So thanks for watching the departure. Please do hit the like button on the stream if you're going to have to disappear now. As I say, I'm just going to head back to the galley. I'll be back with you in the chat room in around 10 minutes time. Thanks for watching, guys, and I shall speak to you shortly.
Vueling 8560, London Control, good morning to you. Roger, route now direct to Trent. Your current, oh no, your 7000, yeah, it didn't flag up as an incorrect squawk, so thank you. Squawk is 0321. Shamrock 550, climb flight level 310. Good morning, London. Speedbird 464 with you, flight level 380, direct to Kiki. 2464, London Control, good morning. Squawk is a 5350. Set squawk 5350, Speedbird 464. Delta Charlie Tango, outbound Lily. Delta Charlie Tango, very good. Report established on the localizer, runway 19. Delta Charlie Tango, we're going.
London Control 7940 Delta 3400 climbing 5000 feet, Scary 2 Bravo.
7040 Delta, thank you. Climb now, flight level 220. So 40 Delta, climb flight level 220.
Climb now, flight level 220, 7F42 Delta, thanks.
London Control, Air France 422 Alpha Papa, ready for departure 05 left at Manchester.
Air France 43 Alpha Papa, London Control, hello to you. The surface wind is 080 degrees at 5 knots. Runway 05 left, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff 05 left. Winds are 60 degrees east.
You don't need to read the wind back. London Control, Air Canada 855, heavy with you, 130. Air Canada 855, good morning. Climb flight level 360. Climb flight level 360, Air Canada 855, good morning. Shamrock 550, recall me on 127.825. Shamrock 550, London, roger. Speedbird 464, route direct Trent, Tango November Tango. Route direct Trent, Speedbird 464. Air France 43 Alpha Papa, climb flight level 310.
Climb flight level 310.
Ryanair 13 Sierra Alpha, Mama to Unicom now 1228, g'day.
1228, Ryanair 13 Sierra Alpha, good morning.
Delta Charlie Tango, established localizer, runway 019. Delta Charlie Bravo, Charlie Tango, thank you. The surface wind 050 degrees 8 knots, runway 19, clear to land. Delta Charlie Tango, clear to land, runway 19. Air Canada 855, route direct to Gapley, Golf Alpha Papa Lima India.
Excuse me, the right gas for Air Canada. Control.
Sorry, station calling. You came through very broken. Try again.
Martin 6515, flight level 213.
Martin 6515 under control. Good morning. Roger, climb flight level 300 and route direct back, so.
Climb flight level 300 direct back, so Martin 6515.
The Skyways 2579 and monitor Unicom now, 122-8, bye-bye.
Unicom 1228, thanks very much mate, have a good one, see you soon.
See ya. Seven Air 42 Delta, route direct Berryhead, expecting Adved 1 Alpha for Bristol.
Direct Berryhead, expect Adved 1 Alpha for Bristol. 7 Air 40 Delta, thanks.
Channel 4 Juliet Alpha, climb flight level 350. Channel
Control Fire Kilo Echo with you, flight level 1354190.
Sorry, we just crossed there, Shamrock 550, climb flight level 360. And flyer 8 Kilo Echo, London Control, hello to you, climb flight level 330.
Flight level 330, flight 8 Kilo Echo.
Easy 43 Romeo Echo, back with you.
4th Room Echo, Roger. Well, you'll leave shortly anyway. Go to Unicom now, 122.8, bye-bye.
Okay, 1228, Easy 43 Romeo Echo, bye-bye.
Bye. Echo India Tango Sierra Romeo, expect runway 12 at Cardiff. Flight heading now 220 degrees.
Heading 220 and expecting runway 12 Echo Sierra Romeo.
Now.
London Control, Broadford 01, 4000 feet.
Broadford 01, London Control, hello to you. Climb flight level 150.
Climb flight level 150, Broadford 01.
Delta Charlie Tango, indicated runway 19.
Delta Charlie Tango, very good. You can taxi now to a parking position of your choice. Bye-bye.
Delta Charlie Tango, taxi to parking position of my choice. Thank you for your service, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Got a control 7 Air 40 Delta, requesting flight level 180 for climb 220, was a bit ambitious I think.
7 Air 40 Delta, sorry, what was the level you wanted?
Flight level 180.
7 Air 40 Delta, Roger, maintain flight level 180.
Maintain flight level 180, 7 Air 40 Delta.
Echo India Tango Sierra Romeo, descent to flight level 70.
Down to flight level 70 Echo Sierra Romeo.
Broadsword 01, climb flight level 190.
Climb flight level 190, Broadsword 01.
127.1825, bye-bye.
Heading to London 127.825.
Under control, good morning, FedEx 316 with you 8000, on intercept heading direct net. FedEx 316, under control, good morning, squawk 7671. Squawk 7671. Echo Sierra Romeo, descent to altitude 5,000 feet, the Cardiff QNH is 1015.
5,000 feet on 1015, Echo India Tango Sierra Romeo.
FedEx 316, thank you, climb to flight level 190 and route direct to Lid, Lima Yankee Delta. 190 direct, Under control, hello, Stuart 71 Mike Alpha, Airbus 320, stand 517, information Bravo, QNH 1014, request clearance to Madrid. Stuart 71 Mike Alpha, London control, good morning to you, cleared to Madrid, Gazgu, oh, in fact, I'll call you back in just a moment. 27 Mike Alpha, okay, cleared to Madrid on a Gazgu 2 kilo departure. Are you expecting 09 left? I'm just taking this frequency for about 2 minutes or so. Oh yeah, you firmed 09 left, 71 Mike Alpha. 7 Mike Alpha, thank you then. So Madrid Gazgu 2 kilo departure, squawk 0346. Okay, Madrid is filed, Gazgu 2 kilo departure, squawk 0346, 71 Mike Alpha. That's correct. On the runway 3526, fully established ILS runway 07 at Luton. Runway 3526, landing control, thank you, runway 07, clear to land, wind 030 degrees, 7 knots. Clear to land, runway 07, runway 3526. Speed of 27 Alpha, London control, climb flight level 240, route direct now to Elvos. Fly 8 Kilo Echo, monitor Unicom 1228, bye-bye.
Unicom 1228, thanks very much, fly 8 Kilo Echo.
Echo Sierra Romeo, descent to altitude 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, Echo Sierra Romeo.
And 371 Mike Alpha, I think I stepped on you there, second. No worries, 371 Mike Alpha is ready for push and start. 271 Mike Alpha, thank you, then stand 519, sorry, not 519, 516, push approved, face to the north. Push start approved, facing north, 371 Mike Alpha.
Control, good morning, FedEx 616 Tango Echo. Oh, you can see a stand 14 altitude with
Tracks 16 Tango Echo, London control, good morning to you, push and start, it's approved, face to the west.
Push start approved, face west, FedEx 16 Tango Echo, thank you.
London control, shuttle 13 hotel at stand 3 Newcastle, request us at start.
Shuttle 13 Hotel, London control, good morning, stand 3, push and start approved.
Push and start approved, shuttle 13 hotel, good morning.
Broadsword 01, it's a Honolly 1 Hotel, arrival into Heathrow.
Honolly 1 Hotel into Heathrow, Broadsword 01, thank you very much.
Echo Sierra Romeo, turn right, heading 240 degrees, descent to altitude 2,000 feet.
Right 240 and down to 2,000, Echo Sierra Romeo.
London control, good afternoon or good morning, Speedbird 2714, which you're currently holding at flight 150?
Two stations, FedEx 316, London control, good morning to you. Break, Speedbird 2714, London control, hello, climb flight level 310.
Climb 310 for Speedbird 714.
FedEx 316, route now direct to Hardy.
Direct Hardy for FedEx 316.
316, climb level 250.
Level 250, FedEx 316.
London Control, broadside 01, pan, pressurization failure, descending, flight level 100.
Broadside 01 under control, understood. Maintain flight level 100 and advise your intentions.
Maintain flight level 100, broadside 01. Call you back to bed.
Roger. KLM 945. You can route direct to Gatley, Golf Alpha Papa, Lima, India.
Hello, control. This is Shamrock 556 with you at flight level 130
Shamrock 156, under control. Good morning to you, Roger.
Control, good morning. Ryanair 68 Uniform Quebec, 922 departure, public through 3000.
Sorry, aircraft calling for clearance to Mykonos. Just say your call sign, please.
628.
3628, Roger. Just recall 135.8.
Sorry, 158.
Ryanair 68 Uniform Quebec, under control. Good morning. Climb flight level 330.
Flight level 330, Ryanair 68 Uniform Quebec.
London Control, good morning. Monarch 959 at flight level 340.
Monarch 959, good morning. Squawk 6461.
Squawk 6461 for the Monarch 959.
Echo Sierra Romeo, we just flew clear the localizer. Can we turn to intercept?
Echo Sierra Romeo, you can indeed. Apologies for that. Turn left heading 040 degrees.
Left 040, Echo Sierra Romeo.
London Control, KLM 5. I'm having problems flying flight level 380. Can I fly at 340?
Okay, 945 A firm, maintain 340.
Maintain 340, KLM 945.
Shuttle 13 Hotel, taxi to Alpha 1.
Alpha 1, Shuttle 13 Hotel. London Control, broadside 01.
Broadside 01, go ahead.
London Control, broadside 01. Request to continue on to London as filed at flight level 100.
Okay, understood. Thanks. Echo Sierra Romeo, turn right now, heading 095. Cleared ILS, runway 12.
095, cleared for ILS, Echo Sierra Romeo.
London Control Air France Portugal, Papa back, and we climb the flight level 340 because we have a lot of clouds.
Air France 43 Alpha, climb level 330.
Climb flight level 330.
Monarch 9059, route direct Lamat.
Route direct Lambeth, Monarch 959.
What's the hotel ready to depart?
Echo, request taxi any emergency.
Shuttle 13 Hotel, runway 07, clear for takeoff. The surface wind is come.
Clear for takeoff, 07, Shuttle 13 Hotel.
Channel 16 Tango Echo, taxi holding point Golf 1.
Taxi holding point Golf 1, Channel 16 Tango Echo.
Control, good morning, Ryanair 17 November Kilo, airborne, maintain altitude 4,000 feet inbound policy.
Right, 73 November Kilo, under control, good morning, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, the Ryanair 17 November Kilo, 78, no ATC.
That's correct.
London, hello again, Shuttle 1351, ground Newquay, QNH 1014, but no idea what the first two.
Shuttle 1351 cleared to Heathrow after departure and noise abatement, runway 12. Route direct Dorley, climb flight level 70, squawk 4474.
I have no idea if that's right or not, but we are cleared to we're cleared to Heathrow, after runway 12 after departure, dead and noise abatement, then direct Dorley, climb initially flight level 70, squawk 4474, Shuttle 1351.
Shuttle 1351, sound about right, read back correct, and the QNH at Newquay is, as you said, I can't remember and I can't see it, 1014.
1014, thanks very much, Shuttle 1351.
Echo Sierra Romeo, runway 12, clear to land, the surface wind 06014 knots.
Runway 12, clear to land, Echo Sierra Romeo.
(742 Delta), expect runway 09 at Bristol, descend when ready, flight level 120.
Runway 09, when ready, descend flight level 120, 740 Delta, thanks.
Sleeper 2714, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye. Sleeper 2714, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
122.8 for Speedbird 2714, thank you.
Bye-bye, Shuttle 13 Hotel, climb flight level 230.
230, Shuttle 13 Hotel.
Sleeper 27 Alpha, descend when ready, flight level 200, level by Elvos. Sleeper 27 Alpha is a Keegan to Bravo arrival for runway 27 at Liverpool.
Keegan to Bravo arrival for runway 27.
Echo Sierra Romeo going round, flying the missed approach.
Echo Sierra Romeo, understood. So when you can, left heading 030, climb to 2000.
Climb to 2000 and left 030, Echo Sierra.
FedEx 316, it's going to be Unicom now, 122.8, good day.
122.8, have a good day.
That's it. (7042 Delta), descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, 740 Delta.
Make Canada 855, monitor Unicom 122.8, good day. Bye-bye. Speedbird 27 Alpha, descend flight level 140. Channix 16 Tango Echo, runway 09, clear for takeoff, surface wind 030 degrees, 6 knots.
Clear takeoff, runway 09, Channix 16 Tango Echo.
London, good morning, Easy 1969, standard 6 on Manchester, A320, requesting clearance to Corfu.
Easy 1969, hello. Manchester Grand closed, it was nice for him to tell me. Cleared to Corfu, Listo 2 Sierra departure from 05 left, squawk 7320.
Cleared to Corfu, Listo 2 Sierra departure and squawk 7320, Easy 1969.
1969, rebank correct. Echo Sierra Romeo, turn left heading 290 degrees.
Left 290, Echo Sierra Romeo.
Good morning, Ryanair 64 Sierra with you, 2700 Nancy, 2 Tango departure out of Liverpool.
Ryanair 64 Sierra, London Control, good morning, climb flight level 190, direct Elba.
190, direct Elba, 64 Sierra.
Shamrock 556, expect runway 09 at East Midlands, and it's the Ampit 1 Echo arrival.
Yeah, that's perfect. That's Ryanair 09 for East Mids, and that's Ampec 1 Echo arrival.
Shuttle 13 Hotel, route direct to Nugra.
Route direct Nugra, Shuttle 13 Hotel.
(7012 Delta, fly heading 020 degrees.
Heading 020 degrees, 740 Delta.
7042 Delta, that gives you 35 miles to run for runway 09. Descend now to altitude 5,000 feet, the QNH 1015.
Descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1015, 740 Delta.
Shamrock 550, monitor Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Sorry, Control, was that for Shamrock 556 instead of 550?
It was 550, so 556 you remain with me.
No worries, thank you.
Broadsword 01, contact London Control now, 135.8. C is aware of your issue there, bye-bye.
135.8, Broadsword 01, thank you very much.
Vueling 8560, monitor Unicom now, 122.8, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Okay, control to take it to Australian 911
71 Mike Alpha, contact London Control, 127.825. 127.825, thanks very much. Spirit 71 Mike Alpha, good day.
Yeah, 293 ready for taxi.
Super 293, thank you. Squawk 6336, taxi Alpha, link 57, hold Alpha Bravo 13.
57, Alpha Bravo 13, 60.
Radar, good day. Easy77 Bravo, 3000 feet for 6000.
Easy77 Bravo, London Control, hello, climb now, flight level 170.
Flight level 170, Easy77 Bravo.
London Control, Broadsword 01, flight level 100.
Broadsword 01, London Control, hello, descend flight level 90.
Descend flight level 90, Broadsword 01.
Okay, Broadsword 01, descend flight level 80.
Broadsword 2530, radio check please.
Stand by, Broadsword 01, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Broadsword 01.
Skyway 2530, London, readability 5.
Many thanks.
Speedbird 255, turn right, heading 285, climb now, flight level 130.
Right turn heading 285, clear now, flight level 130, Speedbird 255.
Broadsword 01, leave Bolland. No, you know what, Broadsword 01 is landing 09 left, turn right heading 175.
Left in heading 175, Broadsword 01.
So right, turn 175.
Correction, right there.
Ladies and gentlemen, our cabin crew will be around shortly to commence our hot meal and snack service. Please ensure that your tray tables are in the downward position. To assist our cabin crew, please...
Super 255, navigation, direct Compton, Unicom now 1228, bye.
Direct Compton, switching Unicom longitude and height, Speedbird 255, thanks, bye-bye.
Easy77 Bravo, Unicom now, bye.
Easy77 Bravo, Unicom, bye-bye, thanks for the service.
290 Bravo Golf, clear takeoff, 79 left, service from available 3 knots, once departed, Unicom, bye.
Thank you for your support of this channel.
Clear takeoff, 09 left, 17, 1228, Speedbird 90 Bravo Golf. So yeah, Super 293 behind departing company A320, line up 09 left behind.
Behind departing company 5909 left behind, yeah, 293.
All stations, London Control is now going to log off with Unicom 122.820, bye-bye.
menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines, and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
Afternoon, everybody. Right, I'm back with you as we start to plan our approach into Keflavik. Keflavik? It's the airport that's got two names. So where are we? Let's just take stock. 38,000 feet, and we're planning to be 3,000 feet. We're planning to go down to about 3,000 feet. We want to be 3,000 feet by Elvum, which is why I've got this popped in here. We're about 195 miles away from there, so we're going to start our descent with that wind. With no wind, it'll be about 105 miles away, which we've got a nice strong headwind. That's going to help slow us down quite nicely. So about 105 miles seems pretty good. As I say, that headwind's going to help us out a little bit there. Planned runway for landing is runway 19. It's going to be the ASRU 2 Kilo arrival. Let's just get the charts up in here, and if I type that in, so we've got access to them, it should pop up. Oh, it's not working. See, this is one of the issues, which is why the flight pad is not yet released as part of the dev build, because it's a little bit unreliable. Let me just try that again. Nope, not working. Okay, so let me just turn it off. You can turn it off anytime you want. It will save frame rates if you turn that off, so that's worth doing if you're doing a long flight. So get the flight pad loaded back in. Let's pull that information back in from SimBrief. There we go. Right, will the charts now work? Let's find out, shall we? There we go. Charts are working. So our arrival is, what did I say, is the ASRU 2 Kilo arrival, which is this one just here. So there we go, the start of the approach is at ASRU, and we obviously head down, and the start of the approach is at Elvum, where we basically make then a base turn, and then we want finals for runway 19 at Keflavik. So that's all well and good. We'll run some landing checks as well in a few moments. I've just got some traffic showing on the TCAS. I am zoomed out quite far, so I'm not too concerned about that. Oh yeah, they're about 25 miles away, so that's no problem. Now I believe that weather information will have just come through. So let's have a look what it's doing. I think it's quite foggy at the moment in Keflavik. So visibility is still good, actually. No, visibility is fine, but it is overcast to 900 feet. So we're going to pop out of the clouds with less than 1,000 feet to go. Let's get this information put in. And QNH is 1016. That in there, and then temperature is 8 degrees. Wind is variable but 2406. Transition altitude for Keflavik 7,000 feet, and the decision altitude. So the Barrow decision altitude. Let's have a quick look on here. Go to our approach. As I say, it's going to be runway 19 Zulu, and still planning a Cat 1 because visibility is good. ILS Zulu runway 19 is going to be runway visual range 550 meters, so that's fine. Visibility is fine, but then it's going to be 361. Let's go ahead and pop that in. There we go. All all set. I'm just going to check something actually. Is this the right chart? 11.5. I'm looking at this chart. 11.5. I'm looking at this chart. 11.5. Everything looks the same, except the chart I've got in front of me on the desktop version has Cat 2 minimums also shown. This doesn't. Oh, hang on. That's because I'm typing in ILS and Lock Zulu. There are Cat 2 minimums. There we go. I'm on the wrong chart. So there is a possibility for Cat 2. If we were doing Cat 2, that of course would be an auto land. But no, I'm quite happy with Cat 1 for the time being. So 361. Let's do a performance calculator check then. So we're going to be landing, as I say, at Bravo India Kilo Fox. And we should be able to get the METAR for that. There it is. And let's have a look then at the landing distance available for this airport. I need to be able to find the information on that. Which chart is that on? Ah, here we go. So landing distance for runway 19 is the full length of the runway available, which is 3054. So let's pop that in. 3054 meters. And our approach speed is going to be 123. Runway altitude is where's the elevation? 161. Runway heading is 194. It's dry as far as I'm aware. We can leave the runway slope for now. And the weight of the aircraft, we've got an estimated landing weight given to us. So our estimated landing weight, what have we got at the moment? We have got estimated landing weight of 61.8 tons. Let's work out how much fuel we're going to burn. What have we got? We've got 3.3 tons of fuel on board, and we're estimated to land with 2.1 tons of fuel on board. That is a difference of 900 kilograms left to lose. So that's going to be 61,800 kilograms minus the 900 kilograms we're about to burn off. We're not going to throw any passengers or luggage out, so if we do a landing weight, let's go, landing weight is around 60.9 tons. Let's be conservative with that, and we'll choose well, in fact the value that it's given us looks pretty accurate, so let's go with that. It's going to be fully configured for our landing, so fully configured. Overweight procedure, no. Reverse thrust, no. Yeah, I'll leave that to no. Of course we will use reverse idle, but just for our figures, let's calculate. Oh, there we go. So plenty of stopping distance to play with. Basically, a nice little runway. Auto brake is not required. Lovely. That's all set then. So we've got all the weather information put in. I'm going to turn on the terrain radar as well. We know there is terrain knocking about Iceland. I don't want to go flying into any of that, particularly with the weather as it is, all nice and overcast. So I don't want to find myself flying into a mountain or something daft, volcano rather. So with the weather and the landing information, that's all received. FMGC is programmed in. I'm going to check that RadNav page, make sure we've got the correct ILS frequency, which should be... oh, it's not there. Now, is that because we're too far away, or because we changed it halfway through the flight? I'm not going to take any risks. I'm going to pop that in 110.3, and I've got the Keflavik VOR already in there. 10.3, that's fine. The course is 194. I don't think we can enter that actually. Can we put that in? No. That's fine. So we already confirmed landing elevation 161 feet. Auto brake not required. We've done our arrival briefing then. We know where we're headed. We know we want to be 3,000 feet at the initial approach fix. I'm going to start that descent pretty soon now. Got the terrain radar on. And that local QNH 1016, I'm going to pop that on the standby now, so that's already set. So all done. Alright guys, hope you've had a nice flight with us so far today. Kept you entertained whilst we were whilst you were working or going about your business, whatever it is you've been doing today. Manuel G, no, this version is not yet available. It's still being tested. As you saw a little bit earlier, there were a couple of things still not working correctly. Ah, we have land. Iceland. So this was given the overhaul, wasn't it, in the latest SIM update? Lewis, how do pilots in the real world get their flight plan? Oh, the dispatchers give them to them, the operational flight plan. Or it's all uplinked to their tablets that they use. Basically, airlines have flight planners and it's their job to sort all that out. So the airlines give them to them, usually from their head office, and now it's all done remotely, wirelessly, downloaded in.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence our service of hot drinks and alcoholic beverages. Please assist us by ensuring your tray tables are down and that the aisles are kept clear of bags. Our drinks menu can be found in the pocket in front of you. We serve a variety of local and international coffee, tea, beers, wines and spirits. Please note that alcoholic drinks will not be served to those under 18 years of age. We accept payment in cash or credit and debit cards. Thank you for your support of this channel.
So I'm also just quickly looking through the NOTAMs. There is some construction work on some of the taxiways, which means that a couple of them are closed. Let me just see if any of those are actually going to affect us when we land. So let's see. So taxiway Kilo 2 is closed, so we can't use Kilo 2. What else is closed? Kilo 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Nothing wrong with that. That's not going to bother us. Charlie 3 is also closed. Again, that won't bother us today. And the rapid exit taxiway Bravo 1 is closed. Where's Bravo 1? I'm just checking on my charts for that. Oh, come on, where's Bravo 1? Well, I'm going to be arriving and vacating most likely via Sierra 2 and then on to Echo 2. So, nothing there that's going to concern me. Yeah, okay, so none of those taxiway closures are going to affect me. That's fine. Right. So, time to start heading down then. Let's let's begin that descent. And we're going all the way down to 3,000 feet.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck once again, this is your captain speaking, and you will be delighted to hear that we will shortly be starting our descent into our destination. The cabin crew will shortly begin preparing the aircraft for our arrival, and if you would make sure all the aisles are now clear so that the cabin crew can make their way around the aircraft safely, that would be most appreciated. Thank you very much, and we hope you enjoy your flight.
So I'm just coming back to the chat now. Lewis, so on SimBrief, when you use Easy for the operational flight plan, that's exactly what it looks like when they get it in real life. Yes, Lewis, it does. I can attest to that. I've got several real ones sat next to me, just in a file, really. And Wesley, is this Eastberg's on a new account for work? All right, okay, that's not quite as standoutish as Eastberg's, is it? How many names do you have? Lewis, in real life, if you're flying Heathrow to America, right in the middle of the ocean, someone's ill, what would the pilot do? Depends how ill. If they're dead, they just carry on. Nothing they can do about it. If they've suffered something like a cardiac arrest, something like that, then they divert to the nearest airport, which could actually be where we're touching down, Keflavik. So we're now on our way down. I'm going to pull that speed bug as well. Don't need to descend probably quite that rapidly. We can set speed around 2. Let's go 270 knots for our descent rate. We've got the wind slowing us down as well, which is quite nice. Good headwind. And we've got 3000 blue, of course. Thrust idle, open descent, 3000 blue. Local QNH is now set. And let me just cycle through our arrival sequence to make sure it looks as I expect it to. From what I can see there, that's absolutely spot on. That should match what we've got over here on the charts. Oh, see, this is another thing they need to fix with the charts. The charts have now disappeared. Go. There we are. So there's our charts, and we've also got some constraints as well. 150, 100, 7,000, 4,500, and then finally 3,000. So we need to be aware of that. We're obviously descending down. We are over Iceland. I don't know the layout of Iceland too well, geographically wise, so I just scroll through the operational flight plan, make sure that there's actually no volcanoes or anything in our way. There aren't, but even so, we want a nice continuous descent if possible. We've also now got the Keflavik VR giving us some distances as well, so that's quite nice. We're 72 miles away. Bear in mind we have to pass the airport and then come back in and around it. We're not coming straight in anymore. Gudmunda, don't Don't I use Discord? Which Discord? Of course I use our Discord server. So there's a Lufthansa just arrived and landed on runway 28. That's fair enough. I think the reason they are using the other runway in real life is purely because of those runway closures. Sorry, those taxiway closures, which are in the way. Wesley. Wesley is the most un-Dutch name I can think of. David, how do I get the charts in the flypad? So this is a pre-release version that Fly-by-Wire are still testing. As part of the Fly-by-Wire QA team, I have access to this, and we basically just let them know when things aren't working. Like the charts not remaining in place after we've finished. After we've finished going to other streams. Okay, so I'm going to just arrest that rate of descent a little bit because that's far too fast. I've got 20,000 feet to go. 60 miles from Elvum. That's about right, and I want to continue a nice rate, so around about 1500 feet per minute should do that, looking at our ground speed. That'll give us time to bleed off some airspeed as well. Gudmundur, do you have local knowledge on this, on Keflavik? I don't think I've landed on runway 19 before, actually. It's always been runway, what's the other one? It's always been, I think I've always come in on runway 10. So we'll just make a quick call on Unicom as well. Icelandic traffic, fueling 8560 on the Asran 2 kilo arrival for runway 19, currently 50 miles to the southeast, flight level 210. Why is my speed brake lever flashing again? It did that this morning before we departed, didn't it? Oh, actually, no, it did it on the climb. Daft thing. HD, good morning, sir. How are you? Where have you been hiding? Have you been shopping? So, having never done this approach into Iceland before, that's going to be quite nice. I best catch HD up. So we're on the Asran 2 kilo arrival, runway 19, transition altitude 7,000 feet, platform 2,200, currently head towards the initial approach fix, where we want to be 3,000 feet at Elvum. And we've just passed flight level 200 on our way down to 3,000. Gudmundur, so I'm just following the star chart as it were. So we've just arrested that rate of descent because although I want a nice continuous descent, there are restrictions. We need to be above. Let me just zoom in on the navigation display because these are actually all quite accurate. So rather that we need to be above flight level 110. So that's correct, and then we're above 110. See, this is where it's wrong. Can you see the little minus sign there? That's not correct. We need to be above these altitudes, not below them, according to the charts. And we have a max speed restriction of 220 knots, but that is at Elvam. So I'm going to pull open descent again now, and that'll just start to get us down a little more. I can still hear those speed brakes mucking about. I'm not getting anything on the upper ECAL, but I can still just hear them. Lewis, I could put the seatbelts on now. We're not that far off from running those approach checks, to be fair. I'm just monitoring this descent because we've obviously got to get down safely whilst respecting the constraints, and then we want to be at 3,000 feet by Elvam. So we're just about to pass over Ravla. So let's go ahead and get those seatbelt signs turned on. Run the approach checks, so minimums are set, both sides. Engine mode select normal, electronic flight bag is stowed. We've briefed our arrival and taxi in. Seriously, what's going on with the speed brake lever? I've got a faulty lever. Sholty, how do I fix it? It's an electrical connection that must be faulty. Well, this doesn't look very overcast, does it? The Meta is telling me it's overcast. And well, I'm getting a great view of Iceland beneath me, so definitely not. Still looks impressive. No, I've not downloaded the Orbex. Is the Orbex mesh someone's just asked me about? No, I've not got that. This is just the default. Just the default information and scenery from Microsoft Flight Simulator. So I'm about to pass over that decel point. Let's just make sure the aircraft doesn't do anything daft. So we want to be direct Keflavik 159. See if it maintains this current heading. Yeah, look, it just did something daft. Let's just pull the heading bug and go back. Direct Keflavik 159 and insert that. We're back in nav mode. Just give that a double click. There we go. 10,000 feet. Let's get those lights on. Oh my word, the strobes are on auto. Let's put those on, shall we? HD would never do such a thing. Alex Jones, good afternoon. We'll reduce that speed as well. Now we've dropped below 10,000 feet. Oh, I saw a fantastic explanation for women on the offside rule. That sounds very sexist of me, doesn't it? But the explanation involved queuing in line for a pair of shoes and your friend having to throw you your purse. It was brilliant. So there we can see the airport. Christian, at least they were on auto and not off. Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to double check. We've got the approach mode activated, which we do, so that's good. No need to worry about overcast then. I can see the airport nice and cleanly. No air traffic control online, so we're all on our own. Where are you going? Pretty much, I might just leave this in heading mode because it's going to continue doing this. We've seen it happen before. So we'll leave the aircraft in heading mode. Owen, LNAV has most certainly not been implemented yet, as we've just witnessed the aircraft doing some daft manoeuvres. That'll do. There we are. Just slow down that rate of descent a little bit. And we want to start rolling back that speed now to around 220 knots. Speed's dropping off nicely. We're in heading mode. We're not in nav mode just because it didn't want to play nice. And once we've dropped below 230, we shall start to configure. Here comes the glide slope, and we can make that left base turn now. Okay, flaps 1, speed checked, flaps 1. Now on managed speed. Come around to start intercepting. Just slowing that speed down a touch so I can get flaps 2 out. So we've got lock blue. is lock star. Approach and autopilot 1 and 2 is now on. And I get flaps 2 out. HD is going to shout at me because I extended that quite close as well, but I did check. And there we can see runway ahead of us. So glide slope start, missed approach altitude 3,000 feet is set. Keflavik traffic, Vueling 8560, established 8 miles, runway 19. And we need to hold at least 160 knots until 4 miles. That is the minimum, of course, so I can roll that back now to 160.
2,500.
Radio altimeter is alive. Ding that cabin crew. Landing gear coming down at 6 miles. Spoilers armed. Get those lights on. And go flaps 3. Speed checked, flaps 3. Five miles, flaps full. Landing checklist, cabin secured for landing, auto thrust speed, go around altitude 3,000 feet, set, ECA memo landing no blue.
Keflavik traffic, speedboat 464, overhead L1 for runway 19.
So now slowing that speed down to final approach speed, 4 miles to run. Outer marker is blinking away. Well, we expected overcast 900 feet, didn't we, according to the METAR? That's certainly not true, unless it's burnt off in the last 20 minutes. 1,000 feet. Autopilot not disengaged, I hit the wrong button. Autopilot now disengaged. I have control. I just brought the gears up. Oh, it's been nearly a week since I flew this aircraft. Cat 1. Let's just keep an eye then on that centre line and those pappies as well. I'm going to ignore the chat this time. $500. $500, approach stable. Checking the glide slope with the pappies. $400. Not quite agreeing, but approach still looks good there.
100 above.
Slight wind from the right. Very slight wind from the right.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10, 5.
Spoilers deployed, reverses on. That landing sounded a little crunchier than I was anticipating. Didn't think it was that bad. $70 knots, reverses off. And we shall vacate here to the right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now arrived at our destination. The crew will now commence preparing the aircraft for deboarding. Can passengers please remain in your seats with your seatbelts fastened until the captain turns off the seatbelt sign? may now turn on your phones and electronic devices. Thank you for choosing to fly with us today, and please consider becoming a channel member to receive extra benefits on your future flights with us. Thank you, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Get that APU started as well. Keflavik traffic, runway 19 vacated. So this is Echo Taxiway, not one of the closed ones. Not
traffic,
sure what the
runway 19.
what that landing rate was. Certainly didn't look as bad as it sounded. So I'm not concerned. 3 rules of landing: centerline, landing zone, and then if you do a soft landing, great. But in that order: centerline, landing zone. Because let's face it, if you're not touching down in the landing zone, you're going around. So whilst we're taxiing on the straight and narrow, let's turn that off, turn that off, turn the TCAS off. So this is now runway, I believe this is an active runway as well. I've seen aircraft landing on this, so I'll just put the strobe lights on as we cross that. Take those off again just now. Do you know what? Should we do a single engine taxi in as well? Okay, so we can't go on there because I believe that's actually closed, so we'll go right to the end of here and take November 4. And is this Nick coming in? We can all watch Nick land. Oh, that looked very good. Bit kangaroo-ish, but I'm sure that isn't Nick. I think that's just the way the simulator depicts his aircraft. So if you haven't hit the like button yet on the stream, guys, please can I ask that you do. It's one small click for you, but it makes a huge difference to me here on the channel. Danny, is there a DC6 stream tonight? No, there most certainly is not. No, I'm afraid I'm working on the Monday nights. Wesley, yeah, that is Nick. I'm guessing so anyway. I think it was him I heard call on the radio, and he was in a BA livery, so that's going to be Nick, isn't it? Wesley, have you introduced yourself to HD? Now, this hasn't become one. This isn't one of the handcrafted airports, is it? Following the the sim update. Oh, we've stopped. I wish they could have slightly easier brakes. I say that all the time, don't I? and maybe we'll park where the trucks are waiting for us. I think I've just seen the catering truck. We might even have a marshal, you never know. Let's have a quick look over here. Oh, look, they're all waiting for us. Oh, HD, that's showing off. Even after all this time away from the flight deck. Christian, yes, this is default. No specialness here. I know Orvex, they've released a mesh, haven't they? Does that also include the airport? Because the mesh is just elevation textures and whatnot, isn't it? As far as I'm aware. Right, let's turn those off so we... Oops. Say turn them off so we don't blind them. Turn them the wrong way and blind everybody. Now, the difference between the real world taxi and the simulator taxi is that when you've got engine number 1 on, and only engine number 1, it's really difficult to make a left-hand turn. Right, where's that ground crew going? Oh, the yellow line's stopped. That's no good. Well, we'll rely on the marshaller, shall we? Once again, I've stopped. Joke 55. It's really confusing, isn't it, calling it Euro 2020 when it's, of course, 2021. What are they? CCTV cameras? And he's gone. We'll stop there so we don't run over him. Let's get the parking brakes on, shall we? Parking brakes are on. APU is running. Let's turn off the engine number 1. Let's shut that down. There we go. Seatbelt signs can come off. N1's drop below 10%. Let's get the beacon light off. Welcome to Reykjavik. That's all shut down nicely. Now, let's get the pushback mod to come and bring out the jetway. Pascal, welcome, sir. Welcome to the First Officers Club. Thank you very, very much for your support. I really do appreciate that. Hope to see you. I know we're at the end of this flight now, but I do hope we get to see you on future flights. So now all the baggage and catering should be moving along. I love this aircraft's livery. If you've not seen it yet, hang around and I'll show you that in a moment. So this is now all set for the return journey, which I shall not be doing, but HD, this is your perfect day out, isn't it? Just 2 sectors. Get up to Iceland and get back again, though perhaps not from Barcelona. Excellent. All that is done. And can we get are the doors open? I think the doors are open. Are they all disappearing? Oh yeah, passengers are escaping. Off to go and visit the beautiful sights of Iceland. So yeah, what beautiful livery. I think this looks fantastic. After the Easyjet livery, might be my favourite. Awesome. I'm going to have to look for this aircraft on Flight Radar 24. Just because the I want to check out the registration, see if it actually is painted like this, because that looks fantastic. Linking Europe, the name of the delivery. HD, yeah, but it needs to be less than an hour both ways though. I don't think you're getting many of those, not just for 2 sectors. Oh, wonderful stuff. We're all hooked up. I'll go and get that APU turned off as well. There we go. I didn't stop the. Oh, where's the APU? Oh, well, the APU may be the GPU may be hooked up, but I haven't turned it on. Clunk. Yeah, I'm sure that's never happened in real life either, right? Willie, no problem, my friend. Thank you very much for watching. Great stuff. I don't know where Nick's gone. I'm sure Nick's around somewhere. He'll be following into park next to us. Pascal, I get the pushback helper mod. It's available from flightsim.to. Check the channel. There's a video about it. It's called, I think it's called toolbar pushback or something something like that. Goodman, no, I've not seen a livery for the new Icelandic airline play, but I was going to have a look for it because I quite fancied doing one of their flights just as a welcome to the world of aviation, because they're going to start flights from Tenerife South as well. I think that's right. So look forward to perhaps seeing that at some point. And good luck to them. You've got to be a brave man who wants to start an airline in the current climate. Right, guys, I'm going to bid you farewell. Thank you to everyone for watching the flight with us today. Please hit that like button on the way out if you haven't done so already. Big thank you to those of you that have kept me company throughout the stream today. As always, a huge thank you to those of you who have donated and contributed to the channel, and to our Easyjetsimpilot members, both new and old. So I hope to see you very soon. No stream tonight, of course, because there is because I'm working. There's normally a stream tomorrow night, but tomorrow night, there's a kind of a small football match going on which I kind of really want to watch, so there will be no stream tomorrow night. After tomorrow night though, I'm kind of guessing that the Euros matches won't matter to me quite so much. Good night everybody, and have a great day. Thanks very much for watching. I shall see you all again very soon. Bye bye.